to be a trick to it.
There is not. I have tried everything.
I used to have top secret clearance in the US government. How is it harder to get into one teenage girl's text chat?
It is good to know that Shuri has higher security standards than your government.
You are too young to remember the last one. Our work saves lives, my brother. Try to enjoy it.
Don't worry, I do not expect you to bow. Just curtsy every once in a while.
I had expected Shuri to be less active.
While on recon in Manhattan, several SHIELD agents have been waylaid by AIM forces. Commander Hill has asked for the Avengers' help. I'm attempting to locate the SHIELD agents and will update your HUD shortly. AIM will most certainly try to hamper your progress. Be careful. An elite AIM team is close by and on alert. Updating your HUD.
Don't these guys ever learn? Wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Ciao! AIM units on radar. This is how we do it! Piece of cake. Or pie. Pie is good too. That the best you got? Oh, you picked the wrong ship.
Every member of the elite team must be defeated.
Go, come on. 5 in numbers, let's pick them out.
Pulling the trigger. Not gonna happen. I'm on the move.
One of their agents is down. Excellent. Another agent down. Well done. That squad member has been neutralized. Another enemy defeated. The team are no longer a threat. If you can gain control of AIM's network temporarily, I can infiltrate their security system.
Do your worst, plebes! You're done! Don't these guys ever learn?
That's how it's done.
Head for the terminal so I can get you inside the lab.
AIM units on radar!
AIM's network is equipped with a multi-point authentication system. I need access to multiple terminals. The more the better. AIM will attempt to initiate a shutdown protocol if they gain access to the terminals. You cannot let them. Beginning infiltration. I'm inside AIM's security system.
Act like cattle, you get the prod.
Beginning infiltration.
Heads up, we got company!
Beginning infiltration. That helps, thank you. I'm inside AIM security system. A number of kidnapped SHIELD agents are fighting AIM forces. Help them.
Do it!
There are the agents. Help them defeat AIM.
You're done! AIM units on radar!
Here's an energy boost.
The agents are safe. Sending them pickup coordinates so they may evacuate. I've sent Commander Hill a rendezvous location to extract the SHIELD agents. Well done.
Avengers. The Resistance has located one of AIM's cloning labs. Scientist Supreme's goal is to create an army of our worst enemies. I'm sure you'll agree that we can't let that happen. We need to take down whatever foe she's resurrected, or we'll be faced with a daunting problem. Can I count on you to help?
We're dropping you off close to the location. AIM is on high alert, so look out for any forces in the area. They have the tower locked down with an elite guard team. You're gonna have to take them out before you can enter the facility.
Heads up, we got company! Do your worst, please! Proud of me! AIM units on radar. Now it's a party! Poor sap.
All clear.
Enemy spotted! Target practice time! Piece of cake or pie. Pie is good. This guy's not getting back up. Enemy spotted.
Every member of the elite team must be defeated.
I missed my unibeam!
One of their agents is down.
Tread lightly and carry a big...
Another enemy defeated.
We're scanning the facility for the clone's location. In the meantime, I'm sending you to the lower floors to find a target who has more information. There's a security chief up ahead who has the information for the facility. You know what to do.
Don't worry! Enough of me to go around! Doctor!
There they are.
Hard attack!
An impressive and educational performance. Excellent work.
Hard time!
That was the last of them.
AIM units on radar! Don't these guys ever learn? This one's from the heart!
Using his credentials to enter the AIM database. And we have located the clone on the top floor. Watch out. I think it might be expecting you.
We got company!
Pathetic!
Nighty night, sweetheart!
The Abomination clone is defeated. Well done, Avengers.
Great work, Avengers. If we get any more sightings of AIM clones, we'll be back in touch.
We have located another elite hive that's building adaptoids.
Let's pay the place a visit and take it offline.
You read my mind.
Uploading the entrance's coordinates to your HUD. Be careful. This is one of AIM's higher security hives. I've marked the Elite Hive's entry terminal on your HUD. The hive entrance is close.
They've got nothing on us.
Get me to that terminal.
We got some not-so-friendlies. Okay, less talking, more fighting. You're done.
I have bypassed elevator security.
Looks like we're clear.
Remember, we are entering one of AIM's higher-tier hive facilities. Head for the location on your HUD. These enemies must be defeated. The enemies have been defeated.
Hey, Kamala. I could get you an Iron Man t-shirt.
I'm good.
AIM has a server bank nearby.
Don't these guys ever learn? Now it's a party!
There they are. Neutralize them. AIM will throw everything at you to keep their servers intact. Destroy them all.
That's the best you got?
Into the shadows.
That server has been destroyed.
Try this on for size. Don't blink.
The server is down. Well done.
Now you see me?
Target practice time!
Excellent. AIM server bank is down. This hive boasts top-tier security, which is not surprising given its main purpose. If you can gain control of AIM's network temporarily, I can infiltrate their security system. AIM will attempt to initiate a shutdown protocol if they gain access to the terminals. You cannot let them. Beginning infiltration. I'm inside AIM's security system. That helps, thank you. I'm inside AIM's security system. That helps, thank you. Beginning infiltration. That helps, thank you. I'm inside AIM security system. AIM has initiated their shutdown protocol. Beginning infiltration. The shutdown protocol is progressing. I'm inside AIM security system.
Party time!
An elite AIM team is close by and on alert. Updating your HUD.
Don't worry! Enough of me to go around! That's the best you got? Sometimes you gotta run before you can walk. AIM units on radar.
Every member of the elite team must be defeated. One of their agents is down. Excellent. Another agent down. Well done. That squad member has been neutralized. Another enemy defeated. The team are no longer a threat.
So you're not upset by the name, are you? I didn't mean anything by it.
Don't care.
Great. Hulkbuster, Schmokebuster. What?
Head for the location on your HUD.
I'd run, if I were you. Well, I don't run.
These enemies must be defeated.
That the best you got?
Banner up! Bet that stings.
The enemies have been defeated.
Target practice time!
The adaptoids are concentrated on the final floor. Be ready. They represent the pinnacle of AIM's synthoid technology. An elite AIM team is close by and on alert. Updating your HUD.
Don't look directly at the beam, kid!
Don't think twice next time.
Heads up, we got company! Oh, you picked the wrong ship. That's not gonna cut it. Leave it off!
This may shock you.
Hostile!
Every member of the elite team must be defeated. One of their agents is down. Excellent. Another agent down. Well done. That squad member has been neutralized. Another enemy defeated. The team are no longer a threat.
Enemy spotted!
Good work. I will stay alert for any new elite hives that appear.
I'm not sure what to expect out there. We've never seen anything like this before. You'll be equipped with sensors that feed back to our labs. The data should help us trace where these disruptions are coming from. You'll have to work fast. We're dropping you at the heart of the storm. Things might get a little weird. Reliving your past, kind of weird. Just stay focused on completing the mission. This is the only way we can get accurate data on the storms.
I've marked the facility on your HUD.
Thank you for doing this.
Least I can do. You guys kept me going when things seemed hopeless. Just knowing the resistance was out there meant we had a chance.
The odds finally seem to be tipping in our favor.
AIM units on radar.
Do you think we'll find something to prove AIM is hurting Inhumans?
AIM keeps their data well guarded. We haven't been able to get anything solid. We just have the word of the Inhumans. And I'm afraid that's not enough.
So you've been building the resistance in secret all these years?
Not intentionally. At least not in the beginning. A lot of us were captured by AIM early on. After we realized nobody was coming for us, we broke out and started making our own plans. Research labs usually hold them in specific containment units. They like to have them nearby while they're running their tests. Don't ask why.
We got some not-so-friendlies.
Jarvis, any idea what we're dealing with in there?
Once inside, I'll be able to scan to get an idea of what technology is available.
How's it going, Will? I appreciate you stopping by, dude. This is one of my favorite video games in, like, recent years. Like, I really do just ignore what a lot of people say about this game and, you know, reserve my own opinions for myself. But this is one of my favorite video games in recent years. And I think, you know, you're stopping by, one of the first people to message me today. I appreciate you stopping by, I really do. It's one of my favorite video. This is the Iron Man game. Like, think about, just if you think about it, oh, it's the Iron Man game, all right? It's Marvel's Avengers. It's one of my favorite video games, despite it not being perfect. I want my Avengers game to be perfect. I really do, and this is it. If this is it, I really can't complain. You know, I personally cannot complain. I'm not the internet. I don't speak for everybody. I can just constantly shout out Bill Roseman and Marvel Games and Sean Escaeg and all the writers and the creative development team, Alex Bryan, all those guys that I've heard of and I read about in my Marvel's Avengers Art of the Game book. You know, I'm just so thankful and appreciative that it's here because it's really one of my favorite video games. I'm just so, you know what I mean? I like Destiny. I like video games. You know, I like Overwatch, but Marvel's Avengers realistically does, in a fantasy land, what I wanted from, and what I want in my Marvel's Avengers game. There's no other game I can play like this right now. You know, the closest ones that I can think of that even come close, that even come close, right? They're not there, but they come very close. It's like Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. Just because of how well a Spider-Man game that is, right? Or Batman Arkham Knight, or Injustice 2 because of the roster, or Ultimate Alliance 2 because of its roster. And the fact that Ultimate Alliance 2 does have characters like Iron Man and Hulk and Thor and Captain America. You know, we got Marvel Rivals, very new, but also very different from Marvel's Avengers. And I'm just so thankful that we have, like, I don't want to say like we have it all because in retrospective you can't have it all, but as a gamer, as a nerd, as a fanboy of this stuff who's been growing up playing, like it's Ultimate Alliance 2 was the very first game that I played, and the fact that I can't just get it on Steam for $5 and share that with people right now is kind of an interesting time because we did just get Marvel Rivals. We're gonna get more Marvel games coming soon. You know, the Captain America, Black Panther game, Black Panther, Captain America, Rise of Hydra. It's very, very exciting. I'm excited for that. You know, we're getting Marvel Spider-Man 2 on Steam here soon, next month. And I already think Marvel Spider-Man Remastered is perfect, so any sequels to that game, I'll be happy to play. No matter, you know, I don't really care what all the PlayStation players have said, because it's been exclusive to their console for like a year and a half now, I think. Or a little over a year and a half, I would say. A little over a year. Yeah, no, it's a good time to be a Marvel Games fan. Like, no matter what game you like, no matter which is better, it doesn't matter if Marvel Rivals is new and more players are on it. It doesn't matter the situation with Avengers, because Avengers was made. You know, I think the most unfortunate thing for me as someone who's super, super into Marvel's Avengers and, like, you know, like the fan base is exactly what you were saying right there in my chat. Like, I'm already thinking of it and you've already typed it, right? Like, the expansions, the post-launch content. And in retrospect, that's why I'm so thankful that we even got Marvel's Avengers. Because think about this, right? We didn't get Captain Marvel and we didn't get the Kree invasion. But this game ended with the War for Wakanda expansion and the Winter Soldier. Like, to me, that is just perfect storytelling. Despite behind the scenes and from behind the scenes, you know, shenanigans. Like, despite all that stuff and all the drama, that's Marvel's Avengers. And that's what we're going to talk about to the end of time, is the fact that there was more content planned for free. The only thing they were charging were just cosmetics, right? Like your nameplates, your skins, all that stuff that Marvel Rivals is charging right now in its player versus player game. Marvel's Avengers was charging the same thing, but on top of that, they were going to give you all the new heroes for free. Same thing with Marvel Rivals. They were going to give you all the expansions for free. Same thing with Marvel Rivals, I'm sure, when that game inevitably gets expansions, you know, just for, like, you know, different game modes and character stuff. Like, there's a lot of things they can do beyond the PvP in Marvel Rivals. I'm sorry, I'm playing Marvel's Avengers. They could have added PvP into Marvel's Avengers, which would have been sick. They talked about that. But we'll see, you know. Sorry, I'm looking for this thing that I posted. Yeah, so Marvel 1943, Rise of Hydra, the Black Panther and Captain America game, right? Like, that's going to be a really nice footnote in Marvel games. It's going to be a breath of fresh air, you know, from the Marvel Spider-Man, from the Marvel's Avengers, from the Ultimate Alliance series, from Marvel Rivals, honestly. It's going to be cool to get a Black Panther, Captain America game, right? Like, two characters that have a pretty neat story tied to each other. And they're just going to give us one story from that time period, if that makes sense, right? Like, they're going to give us the Captain America, Black Panther, you know, Rise of Hydra game that really, like, sets the early days of the Marvel universe, or the Marvel gaming universe, I should say, the Marvel Cinematic Gaming Universe, the MCGMU, the Marvel Gaming Cinematic Universe, the MGCU, right? I don't know how to explain it, right? But, like, we got, Marvel games are pretty well connected now. You know, like, they've stood on their own for such a long time, but with, like, the tachyon rifts in Marvel's Avengers, right? Like, with Marvel Rivals and its Galacta multiversal lore, right? Like, Marvel Rivals really blew it open, whereas games like Marvel's Avengers and Marvel Spider-Man, I think, stand on their own, while at the same time, they're connected, very, very well interconnected. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I will one, like, I really do believe Marvel Spider-Man PS4 and Marvel's Avengers are, in fact, taking place within the same universe. No one just wants to admit it. Even the people behind the scenes don't want to admit it, because that means they have to go through so many more, like, story writing complications instead of just making and focusing on their own game. But, you know, guys like Bill Roseman, right, and writer Sean Escayag, and all the writing and creative development team over at Insomniac did a really, really good job of, like, focusing on their story while leaving little nice Easter eggs for really deep cut Marvel lore fans. Like, the fact that I can play Marvel Spider-Man Remastered right now on Steam, right, and within one of the first story mode missions, you see AIM boxes in Otto Octavius's lab. Tells you everything you need to know about Marvel games right now in the situation. Like, I don't want to be a weirdo or anything, but it's all connected, right? Like, it's always like the meme nowadays to say it's all connected, right? Like, since Loki, since What If, since Endgame, since Infinity War, since WandaVision, since Multiverse of Madness, right? Like, oh, it's all connected, right? No, but it's always been all connected, just through good writing and good storytelling, which this is why I really wanted to be a filmmaker, and why I really wanted to approach screenwriting and, you know, shot making and developing stories, right? Which would lead on to framing and movies and streaming and gaming, right? And commentating, because it's so cool to be a Marvel fan, just like everyone else does. You know, I was a young Marvel fan, right? Like, when the first Iron Man came out. I was 7 years old when Iron Man came out, right? And I'm still thinking about that movie just because of how artistically well made it was, on top of it being grounded in reality, right? Like, If that makes, I don't know how that makes sense, but like, right, I played games like Ultimate Alliance 2. I've seen Iron Man. I was like, oh my god, this is art. This is what it is. This is comic. This is superheroes, right? And there's a lot of grounded aspects to them, right? Like the fact that Iron Man's suit isn't like some alien type of thing. Like, no, like it's a guy on Earth who made it with military weapons and missiles and rockets. And then, yeah, like the repulsors, the Stark Tech, right? Like, it's just things like that that make me appreciate all the little details that might not have any significance now to anybody, but it's really just serving a good story, right? And then you jump all the way from Iron Man to Avengers fucking Endgame. He's holding all 6 Infinity Stones, right? Like, that's where we're at right now. And that's how I've been thinking about it, right? I'm 23 years old, right? About to be 24 next month in January. I'm very, very excited. I'm very excited, you know? I am excited and I am very excited, right? But I'm only going to get older, and I don't want to say like I'm in my prime, but I have been in my prime for a while right now. And I'm just so blessed. I'm super, super blessed. Like, truthfully, because this is just like incredible times. I'm super blessed and fortunate to be able to experience this and just and talk about it. Venture Ridge Police Station, right? Like playing Overwatch 2, right? Like, you got operators like Venture, who personally for me I might not lean to right away, but I've seen the gameplay of it from other players on the enemy team and my teammates, right? I like playing Mercy and healing my teammates and my friends when they're playing Venture, right? Like, at some point I'll want to try Venture in Overwatch. Maybe just not right now, maybe not today. But at some point when I'm playing Overwatch, I'm like, fuck it, dude, let's play Venture and just see what it's all about. And that gaming experience is there for me to be had. So yeah, again, I appreciate stopping by, Will, because I just go off on like this tangent. I start, you know, yapping and ranting about Marvel because I like this stuff. Yeah, right? Like, imagine characters like Wolverine and Quake. Right? Like, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was all centered around like those Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. characters, right? Like Quake, you know, the Secret Warriors, Coulson, obviously, from the Avengers movie. Like, I think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is good for that. Like, a good Marvel Universe show that doesn't really have the super, super deep ties to, like, the Avengers and the X-Men, like, the main people. Because that's how I always know Marvel, though, right? It's not just Ultimate Alliance, but when I play Ultimate Alliance, it's like, okay, who's in the game? Mr. Fantastic, Iron Man, right? The Fantastic Four, the X-Men, Wolverine, Spider-Man, right? Like, you even have other characters, like, deep-cut characters like Penance and Deadpool, right? Like the Juggernaut, right? Like, that's why I love Marvel Ultimate Alliance, because there's still, like, you know better than anyone, there's still more and more heroes and characters that could be added in on top of all those main Marvel Universe characters, because now is the time that we can realistically see those characters have, you know, it's all driven by story from what I've been understanding lately, you know, not just from my favorite directors in the Marvel Universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Russo brothers, but just directors in general, right? Like, it's always got to be by the story, right? Like, what can generate the most impact in the story on an emotional level, you know, for the characters. It has to relate to the characters, right, and their arcs. On top of that, you know, to make the movie, you know, like to give us those really cool spectacles, right? Like, movies are big events. You know, they're not just character studies, right? Which is what A24 is great at, and what, you know, a lot of my, you know, film bro friends and just a lot of my friends that I made studying film at Cal State Northridge, you know, I graduated from Northridge with a film degree in screenwriting. It has been a marvelous journey, right? It's been a marvelous journey for me personally, because I've just been understanding more and more the work, the artistic ability, the creativity, all the collaboration that goes into this, right? Like, Caboose XBL has specifically said, it is not as simple as pressing a red button. It just really isn't. And I believe that now more than ever, like, playing Marvel's Avengers years after its launch, and, you know, a little bit over, it was like a year and a half. The game got delisted, and their live service updates were canceled at the end of 2023, like in September of 2023. So it's been a little over a year and a half, I would say now. Well over a year, I would say, at this point. From 2023 to 2024 now, that, you know, Marvel's Avengers was delisted, and, you know, that situation. But we just got the launch of Marvel Rivals not too long ago, on December 6th. I was able to try the game out over the weekend, and I played a little bit of it yesterday. Actually, I played a lot yesterday. I was on the game for, like, a little over, like, 6-7 hours. Playing Marvel Rivals in between games, in between ranked games, and just looking at the menu and just talking about it and streaming. But yeah, it has been a marvelous, and absolutely marvelous, most definitely marvelous journey, just being a Marvel Games fan, just being a fan in general, being able to experience this with everyone else. I just only hope that we get to continue to talk about it in a more congenial manner, right? And really just pay respects to games like Ultimate Alliance 2 and Marvel's Spider-Man and Marvel's Avengers that came before, that aren't trying to be like its Marvel rivals or compete with an Overwatch or a Fortnite, for example, which Marvel's Avengers had a huge task of competing with a game like Fortnite at a time when games could not compete with Fortnite, right? And now Marvel's Avengers is here. It's solidified in people's minds, right? Like, all that cool Marvel shit that you could do in Fortnite, you can't do it anymore because they took those items out. But I can do them here in Marvel's Avengers because it's one of my favorite video games, and it's Marvel's Avengers. It's a game centered around the Marvel's Avengers, right? Like, characters that you would expect to be in Avengers. Spider-Man, exclusive to PlayStation. Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk, right? Like, who are not exclusive to PlayStation, because that would have been retarded if they made any more exclusive characters to Sony's PlayStation. But I guess that just goes to show, like, what's really been happening behind the scenes in terms of these characters and, like, how they've been handled, not only through Marvel Entertainment and Disney, but, you know, third-party companies. I mean, I don't say third-party like they're the third party, but I mean, like, another company on top of that, too, like Sony, who owns the film rights and the gaming rights to Spider-Man, apparently. Yeah, I really, really appreciate you stopping by, Will. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting it up a little bit. I love Marvel's Avengers. I'm always down to talk about Marvel games and just gaming overall and, like, the state of it right now. Because, yeah, we got Marvel Rivals. It's new. It's great. But it's PvP, so there's going to be a lot of things and factors that go into a game to maintain its live service player versus player model versus games like Marvel Spider-Man Remastered or Batman Arkham Knight or Marvel's Avengers or even Gotham Knights that don't necessarily receive and get these live service updates, you know, like a Fortnite or an Overwatch or a Marvel Rivals now, right? But they do get patches every now and then expansions that are free, and then, yeah, the marketplace will get updated. Like, there's something there for gamers. There's always going to be something there for the gamers and the fans and the hardcore grinders. That's what Marvel's Avengers is for me. I always wanted a game like this, and I got it. There's also so much more in a game that I got like Marvel's Avengers that I still want more of. Like, I want it expanded upon in sequels and, you know, like, okay, this is just one example, but I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals. You can literally just press one button and then Iron Man's entire ranged flight arsenal and his missiles just become enhanced on top of the stuff he already has. You can basically do that in Marvel's Avengers, but not in the way that you think. Like, you have to go into the gear system and, you know, scale things around to make your laser do more damage and things like that, right? Like, I want to have more heroic abilities, is what I'm saying, Bill Roseman and Sean Escaeg, right? Like, think about that, right? Like, I want to be able to hit this button and turn into the nanotech shit from Infinity War and fly around with right? And upgrade my melee attack with melee blades and nano shit, right? Like, dude, could you imagine, like, doing half of the stuff that you see in the movies, like, in your video game? Like, Marvel Rivals does not have that yet, okay? Marvel Rivals doesn't get the pass. There are still more attack moves and abilities for all these characters that can and should be and will be expanded upon. Maybe not only through Marvel Rivals, but other Marvel games. I'm just so excited for that, right? Like, people want, like, a Mortal Kombat Injustice 2, you know, Marvel fighting game, right? Which is basically Marvel Rivals. It's PvP, but, like, we're talking about, like, a fighting game, you know what I'm saying? Like, something more in the lines of Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Like, people like Marvel vs. Capcom because it's very similar to Mortal Kombat and Injustice style. Like, people still want that, which is great. Give the fans that, but don't stop there. Don't stop there. Yeah, live service this, live service that. I don't know. I don't think live service was a mistake. I just think that the model to make a Marvel's Avengers game in a live service fashion was the mistake, if that makes sense, right? Like, because there's nothing wrong with live service. Look at games like Overwatch, Fortnite, Marvel Rivals. However, those are different games that offer player versus player and different co-op stuff and creative mode. Like, could you imagine creative mode in Marvel's Avengers? Like, oh my gosh, right? So I don't think going live service was a mistake, but if you're going to compare it to something like a Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, which is just single player only, then yeah, you can see live services being a quote-unquote mistake. But here's the thing, Marvel's Avengers is co-op, player versus everyone. It's you and your buddies versus drones. You're not fighting other players, which is great. I don't think there's anything wrong with being live service in that fashion because it just offers players to come in and choose what they want to, you know, support the game for, whether it be cosmetics or just playing the game for its free content, right? Like, that's the problem with free content that players in the Marvel's Avengers community have talked about time and time again. They've always said, oh, if I could pay for a season pass, I would have paid for it because that means that we're getting that. Whereas me, it's like, I don't want to constantly spend money on the game I'm playing. I want to play the game for its game, and then if I'm really enjoying its gameplay, yeah, I'll buy cosmetics from the marketplace or you know, whatever I like that I can purchase. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's options for gamers, and there always should be options, and we shouldn't just be tied down to one thing. I think Marvel's Avengers was trying to be too many things, and that's the issue. No one can say that, oh, Marvel's Avengers was trying to be this one player versus everyone. Like, no. Like, I'm reading Game Informer magazines of people who review the game and talk to the developers, and they've come out and they've literally said in writing that, oh, yeah, all these elements of these objectives you see in Marvel's Avengers could have signified that there could be a possible player versus player mode in the game with objectives and capturing points and things like that. And it's so incredible because now we're playing Marvel Rivals, and that game works very, very well. Like, literally, I was playing in my last Marvel's Avengers stream that I did yesterday. I was playing this game for about an hour and a half, and it crashed on me, right? It's a video game. I played games that have crashed before. I played certainly a lot of other video games that have never crashed after, like, 7 hours of gameplay. For example, Marvel Rivals, which is just different, scaled differently. But, you know, as soon as I crashed in this game, I was like, all right, let me go play Marvel Rivals. Let me go play a game that works. And now I've been streaming for Marvel's Avengers for about almost 2 hours now. And I haven't crashed yet, so it's great. Feels great. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Nice, got a comic. Right, so I'm getting these comics because realistically, they are helping boost my stats. I've collected all of them, but you know, I haven't gotten all the way up to the max tier 4. And these duplicates that I'm getting are boosting my stats, which is great. It's huge. Tier 4, tier 4, tier 4, 4. We're on the grind for these comics. It's just huge. It's huge to get these comics and, you know, boost the stats, right? Like boosting the willpower for each of my heroes, right? It's stats on top of everything that I've ever been grinding for. So it's nice because there's like a nice scale to this game. Like you can just kind of keep scaling your characters up, you know, ever so slightly, you know. So like the next day I'm playing, I could have like a slightly more damage boosted Iron Man suit, for example. I mean, I don't know. It's like the possibilities seem like endless in a game like this, and then it did end, quote unquote, because they stopped updates for it when. Look, a sequel to this game would be huge. A new story to experience, like all that, right? Like this game was supposed to have its one story continued on through, but you just realistically can't do that, you know, when you got things like, you know, community feedback you gotta worry about. Because you always do have to take in the opinion of the majority, right? And not just like the people who, you know, like me, for example. I wish they would just listen to me because I still play it and I enjoy it, but they have to listen to what the majority of fans are talking about because they have to cater to the larger. Right, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. That kind of saying. But the few always have a good voice. That's why you see a lot of good, just, you know, revolutions and, you know, hashtags going around. Like I don't want to say them specifically, but you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of darkness in this world, so it's nice to see that even our smaller communities are able to band together and have a voice. And in retrospect, in turn, it makes them a larger community, no matter how small the numbers are. Right, like if one of us survives, the message survives. If that makes sense, which is great, you know. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. You know, that's like the Hydra motto, but I don't literally mean it in some Nazi fashion. I mean that in like the American dream way, right? Like you can't stop the American dream. If one of us lives on, the message lives on, that kind of deal, right? Like that's what Captain America the Winter Soldier was, you know, its entire arc of that movie and like the main core of that movie and like the main theme of Captain America the Winter Soldier can be summed up in that one line, right? Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Okay, sure, Hydra, you could say that, but Captain America is going to be in your face. And you can't cut off Captain America. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Steve Rogers. He's the leader of the Avengers. Everyone knows him. You know, he's got his haters. You know what I'm saying? Like, for every Marvel fanboy that I've seen, you know, myself included, right? Like, they've always got something to say about the other Marvel character that they don't really love as much. It wasn't really like that for me at one point because I always just knew Spider-Man and Wolverine, like the X-Men Fantastic Four, right? So when I got to Iron Man, I was like, oh shit, it's Iron Man, who teams up with Captain America and Hulk and Thor and the Avengers, and that made that shit badass. That's why I really like Marvel. It's not just one character for me, right? When I was growing up, it was always like, oh, Superman, Spider-Man, Batman, like I know them, but when you put it together, you get the Justice League. You get the X-Men, you get the Avengers, you get the Fantastic Four, you get Young Justice, you get Teen Titans, you get the Eternals, right? You get the Thunderbolts, you get the Guardians of the Galaxy, you get all these cool team-ups, and it's so cool. That's what Marvel Rivals is shining on right now, is the fact that, oh, I could team up with my favorite Marvel heroes, villains, and anti-heroes, and, like, actually, like, pop off with them in, like, a PvP type deal, right? Like, see, like this. Rockets, man. Can't believe I missed that. But that would have been something in a PvP mode, maybe, right? Where not only are the rockets targeting you, but they're targeting the enemy team, or, you know, more raids, things like that. It's just very, very exciting to be in Marvel Games. And a Marvel Gaming fan, like, it's so, so exciting and refreshing, because literally, I prefer Marvel's Avengers Iron Man over Marvel Rivals Iron Man. I'm sorry. I just do. Because it's a different game. When I play Marvel Rivals, like, okay, I can fly around as Iron Man and, like, shoot repulsors and shit, but it's not perfect, because I still have to worry about, like, the 6 other players I'm fighting against. So yeah, I might be playing as Iron Man, flying around, shooting people with my repulsors, but it doesn't, like, scratch that final itch for me like this does, where I'm just flying around, just taking out enemies in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Not really worrying about what my Hulk tank or Black Widow or Kamala are doing until we have to raid. Right? This is just the free roam aspect of Marvel's Avengers right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know people have something to say about the level design, but I think the level design is fine. In fact, it's marvelous. And it's only gotten better with each expansion. Right? Like, the more the game got updated, the more I appreciated the layouts of its, you know, Utah design and aim facilities. And then, you know, like when we got to War for Wakanda, for example, I was like, oh my gosh, like they really have so many different level designs. I mean, yeah, they're reskins areas, like they're reskins of areas, and, you know, like they have like mining inside areas to go into, right? Like in facilities. But damn it, if that's not what I wanted from Marvel's Avengers, I don't know what it is then. I really don't know, because a lot of these aspects in Marvel's Avengers are just like enhanced aspects and blown up features taken to the next level, dialed up to like 3,000 from Marvel's Ultimate Alliance, right? Like this is one example of what I'm trying to say with this. But like in Marvel's Ultimate Alliance, I could fly around as Iron Man like this. But it's in that overhead, you know, 3D, 4D, I don't know how to explain it really, but like that style of 4-player gameplay. In Marvel's Avengers, it's just Iron Man doing this. Like this is the Grand Theft Auto free roam, the Batman Arkham, Marvel Spider-Man PS4, third person, you know, action shooter that I want in my Marvel game. And I got it in Marvel's Avengers, right? Like, so this sprint that Iron Man has, you can do it in Marvel Ultimate Alliance too. It just looks slightly differently because you're playing, you know, a different type of third-person, 4-player co-op game. In Marvel's Avengers, it's completely third-person. I have full 360-degree movement. You know, I could fly, I could jump. You know, I have this is my heavy attack. I have my light attack right here. I have my aerial light. I have my aerial heavy attack, right? I have my signature attack, right? Like, every character has a signature attack, right? This is Iron Man's signature. Because when you're fucking flying around in an Iron Man suit, oh yeah, I'm going to slam down on you from the sky. You can't do that shit in Marvel Rivals, and he should very much well have that in Marvel Rivals. But no. It's a different game, all right? It's a different player versus player game. So Iron Man's just going to be flying most of the time, range DPS. He doesn't have any melee attacks like magic in that game, for example. Exactly, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I think people are really going to see just how different Marvel's Avengers was trying to be and all its glory it can shine for when you play as Captain America in Marvel's Avengers. And then you go and play as Captain America in Marvel Rivals, right? Like, you don't have the same satisfaction at all because I have to wait for that shield to cool down and throw again. Which is kind of funny. Because in Marvel's Avengers, I don't have to wait for that cooldown. I just have to wait for the shield to come back. I mean, I throw at an enemy. It's a boomerang. I have to, like, you know, it's a boomerang shield. I have to wait for its return. But, you know, you can ping multiple enemies, up to 3 enemies more. You know, you can ping enemies with Captain America shield. It'll fly out of your arsenal, hit them, do status effect damage, whatever you have on, vibranium, shock, cosmic, I don't know, sonic. The shield will come back, and you can go right back into melee combat, right? Like, Marvel's Avengers is very fluid for the player versus everyone raid, save the world, right? Like, Marvel's Avengers, in my opinion, this is how I'm always going to see it, is the save the world of Marvel games right now, right? And then, you know, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1, 2, and 3, the Black Order are doing its own thing marvelously, but, you know, it's exclusive and delisted, right? And then Marvel Rivals, player versus player, is the battle royale of the whole thing. So Allfather Media, if you're listening out there, man, if you come across this, if you pick up my ideas, dude, I'd love to talk to you more about this. Like, Marvel's Avengers, save the world, Marvel Rivals, battle royale, PvP.
Let's do this! We got some not-so-friendlies! Now it's a party! You're done!
I'm done going easy on you. Time out. Fight. This may shock you. But that stings.
Another comic suite. But yeah, I can talk about Marvel's Avengers just so much because it's been here. I'm commentating it now. I'm playing the game. I'm rating. You know, I got really wonderful people like you will stopping by. And then Nexus, my close friends. Shout out to Ilarion. Like, shout out to all those guys, right? Like, this is what I wanted to commentate at a time when, like, I didn't really know how to approach it, but I'm just here doing it now. Live streaming it because it's a little bit more easy for me. It's a lot easier for me to go live, play the game, enjoy it, get the gameplay footage I want to get, and then slip in commentary, and then slide in commentary in between all of that. To make it, you know, not only for myself, but for anybody that's just watching late at night. You know, they want to check this out and wonder about the Marvel gaming scenario situation. Like, I'm going to explain to you guys right now. We got Marvel's Avengers, you know, in like the 3rd/4th quarter of 2020, in September of 2020. It didn't do so well, like many other games haven't. You know, it wasn't going to be like Fortnite. I certainly hoped it would reach Fortnite levels of excitement and entertainment, but it just didn't because it was just a different game, and gamers are all different. You can't make the perfect game for the perfect gamer because, I mean, maybe for me because I think this is amazing and marvelous. Like, it's so satisfying. Right, and then, you know, but before Marvel's Avengers in 2020, in 2018, we got Marvel Spider-Man PS4, which was exclusive to the PlayStation 4, right? So then in 2020, we got Marvel's Avengers, we got Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales PS5, the remaster of Marvel Spider-Man PS4 on the PS5. You know, Marvel Spider-Man Remastered and Miles Morales came to Steam, you know, around 2022. And then, you know, Midnight Suns and all that. The Guardians of the Galaxy game. See, this is what I was really trying to say. I'm trying to explain this right now. Not only did Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix work on Marvel's Avengers, this 4-player co-op live service game that, you know, for some reason everybody loves to point out that this game is live service, when in retrospect, in the reality, the live service of Marvel's Avengers is nowhere near what a live service is ideally catered to be, or should be, for lack of a better word, for what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, you got games like Fortnite and Overwatch that handle their live service model differently because they're player versus player battle royale shooters. Marvel's Avengers was not that. So the fact that people point out, like, oh, it's live service, like, people are just looking for something to say when you're really not really talking about how quality the gameplay is or the graphics that are, like, you know, unnecessarily good. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have definitely scaled this game a lot differently and better if they went with Unreal Engine 5, but they didn't. So there's that. But, you know, not only did we get Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix working on Marvel's Avengers 4-player, player versus everyone co-op game, we got them on a Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy single-player game. That's just single-player. It's you playing as the Guardians, right? Like, kind of similar to Marvel's Spider-Man in a way because it's just single-player, right? Which is huge when you think about it. Because now people are saying, like, in comparison to Marvel's Avengers, Guardians is better. You know, see, that's the thing. You do not want to play your Marvel's Avengers game where it's just you playing as all 6, 12, 20,000 Avengers, 3,000. Like, no. You want your buddy to be Hulk. You want your buddy to be Thor. You want to be Iron Man. You want to be Cap. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. And that's Marvel's Avengers. It's not perfect, but that's what Marvel's Avengers is. I want to play my Guardians of the Galaxy game where I'm playing as Groot and Rocket, and my buddy is maybe a Drax or Gamora or Star-Lord or Mantis or Adam Warlock. Like, you could make that game, which is just Marvel Rivals. That's just Marvel. Now we're just talking Marvel Rivals, right? But there's still more to be had. There's still more to be done. And I'm just so excited, really. Because this isn't going anywhere. Like, me playing this game isn't going anywhere. Yeah, the game got delisted. and the live service stuff. But, you know, me loading into my Avengers game and, you know, swapping from like Iron Man to Hawkeye or Black Panther or Winter Soldier or Black Widow or Thor or even Captain America, Miss Marvel, the Mighty Thor, Jane Foster, Kate Bishop, Hawkeye, right? Like, this game is perfect for me. It was made for me. I knew when this game was announced, I was like, okay, this is exciting. Like, I knew there's something here that you know, this is it, right? I knew it. Like, I knew it then. But I didn't want to come out and say it's going to be like Destiny and all these things, because it's not like Destiny. It's not like all these other things. It's Marvel's Avengers. And that's why I feel like this game was made for me, because it still has all the things that I expected in my Marvel's Avengers game. It has skill trees. It has a level of customization. Maybe not to the degree of other games like Destiny or even Call of Duty and shit, but like, you know, or DC Universe Online or World of Warcraft. But damn it, dude, I can customize my Iron Man. He is the Iron Man that I want to play as. You know, the one thing that I customize with my assault ability is to go for this Omega Beam. Right? I don't use the other two repulsor beams, which other players in the community have told me to use because they're better, quote unquote. No, I go for the Omega Beam for damage, and it's quick deployment, right? I mean, it's got like a time, it's got like a wind up a little bit, like I gotta wait like a millisecond for it to wind up, but like it's quick, it does a lot of damage, and you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of damage like instantly. Whereas the other ones, I feel like I have to charge it up, and it takes damage to build up over time, which is not as satisfying for me personally as a gamer. Oh, so you think the Guardians of the Galaxy game was great? The soundtrack was a must-have. Okay, for sure. See, I think that I haven't played it because like people have said it's great. Okay, it's great. Now let me go play that game and reserve my own opinions for it. Maybe I think it's fucking dog shit. No, I'm not. I'm just getting a little antsy right now. But no, like, that's what I'm saying. I have not played the Guardians of the Galaxy game, so I'm just going off of what you have said, what the reviews have said, what everyone else has said, right? Things that people would not have done for Marvel's Avengers, but they did do for Guardians of the Galaxy because, you know, everyone's different, right? Like, I personally have no instant hype to go play that Guardians of the Galaxy game right now. If I know it's great, if I know it's, you know, like, is it better than Marvel's Avengers? I don't know. I'm having a shit ton of fun on Marvel's Avengers. I could care less if it's better than Marvel's Avengers or if it's not, you know? But you know what I do care about, though? The fact that it's single player. It's like, okay, that's funny, right? Because Spider-Man is single player. No one cares. Because you're just playing as Spider-Man. Oh, but wait. The Spider-Man The Great Web game is supposed to have a multiplayer aspect and raids. And, like, that's just so funny to me. That, like, you know, like, what you want, what you realistically want, what I really realistically want for my fantasy, for my own mind, it's out there. It's waiting for me. I just need to just, I don't know, get a better grip of it all. I don't know how to explain this. I'm pretty happy right now, though. Like, it's hard to explain this, really, but, you know, we're probably going to get a sequel to Ultimate Alliance at some point, because that's popular and huge, and they're not going to make it exclusive to the Switch, because that would just mean it won't do as well. I would love to see a sequel to Marvel's Avengers. I think we probably will get one. So what they're going to do is they're going to make Marvel's Avengers 2 and blend Guardians of the Galaxy game together. I think that was... See, that's... You know what I'm saying? Think about that, right? Like, they made Marvel's Avengers in 2020, and then shortly after that, they released Guardians of the Galaxy. Didn't think just playing as Star-Lord was a good idea, but they made how he commands the team really work, right? See, you see what I'm saying, Will? Like, that works for that game. Like, oh, it does work just to play as Star-Lord and command the team, right? But wouldn't you have loved to select just Rocket in a game like that? I mean, I feel like when you get into the meat and bones of Guardians of the Galaxy game, made by Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix, like, in collaboration, same development team, or, like, you know, it's in the same house of, like, development teams that developed... There's probably a different creative development team within Crystal, within Square Enix, that worked on Marvel's Avengers. Same thing with Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. There's probably just, like, a different team that worked on that game in-house. Oh, sweet, another comic. That's awesome. Right, but, like, see, in that game, it's like, oh, I want to just play as Gamora, right? Like, that's why I think the Guardians getting added into Marvel's Avengers would have been huge. Like, I can't wait for Bill Roseman or somebody to come flying into my stream one day and like, oh, yeah, we were going to add in the Guardians to Marvel's Avengers on top of the Kree expansion and Captain Marvel and War Machine and Ant-Man and Doctor Strange and Quake and She-Hulk and Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Black Panther and Ant-Man and the Wasp and Captain Marvel and Quake and Doctor Strange, right? Like, those were characters that were going to get added in, and Mockingbird. And Riri Williams, Ironheart, and Shuri Black Panther, the Mighty Thor, Jane Foster, She-Hulk. Right, like, there were still so many Marvel's Avengers characters that they could add it in. Wolverine, Spider-Man. Marvel's Avengers
You sure
characters,
this is
right?
the
Like,
right
it's
place?
so exciting.
I've nearly breached AIM's network.
So
They're
exciting.
hiding something. Stand by and see to the AIM forces.
Oh, they'll get seen too.
Please work fast, Jarvis.
As fast as my processor allows, sir.
I got countermeasures as Iron Man in Marvel's Avengers. That's what I wanted, dude. I don't have countermeasures in Marvel Rivals Iron Man. I have missiles that I can use that have a cooldown. This one is all intrinsic based. I love the intrinsic meter. And takedowns. And takedowns. One of the best things in this game is doing takedowns against these huge, large waves of AIM drones. They're not even Ultron drones, they're AIM drones. See, they're teasing Ultron and the Kree for the sequel of Marvel's Avengers.
An automated transport ship is preparing for takeoff.
Whatever's on that transport, I want it captured. Get to it before it leaves.
Marvel's Avengers 2 Kree invasion. Hashtag Kree incoming. Right? Like, they could do it all in this game, but with the engine and the state of gaming right now, it's like, okay, you know what? We're going to do Marvel's Avengers in this one gameplay style, and then you can make Marvel's Avengers 2 free to play. Like, that would be insane, right? You get all the base roster characters from this game, added into the next game. On top of all that, would be insane. Like, that's Fantasyland for me. If only you could grab a copy of the game that was successful from somewhere in the multiverse. Well, that's what I'm saying, I Will 1. This is it. When you load into Marvel Rivals, you see the Marvel Games logo, right? Like, I'm sure you played Marvel Rivals. I'm sure you've seen the Marvel Games logo. It is straight up the Marvel Studios Marvel logo, except it's only Marvel Games. So I think, in my opinion, Marvel Studios, Marvel Entertainment, Disney, Sony, there's a really good creative team that are looking at this Marvel game situation, and, you know, that's why there's been rumors of the Ultimate Alliance games making their way back to digital storefronts, like the Xbox store, and the PlayStation Party store, or, you know, PS Plus store, right? The, Steam, for example, right? Like, there's a lot of good rumors and leaks going around because they want to make it all, they all want it to be connected, right? Like, okay, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, those classic Marvel Ultimate Alliance games, they don't have, like, anything super heavily story related to like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, for example. But even just playing the game and knowing about the story and the characters, like you can tell like, oh yeah, like this was Marvel at a time before the MCU blew up and Iron Man took off and like all these different things and Marvel Rivals, right? So I can't wait to see what they do in the future. Right, because I think Marvel Rivals is like the bridge between all of that, right? It's the one player versus player co-op Marvel game, right? 6v6. That's like no other Marvel co-op player versus player game, right? Because we've really never had Marvel Rivals or even DC Rivals Overwatch type deal, right? Like, we never had that. We've had Injustice 2, we've had Gotham Knights, we had the multiplayer thing in Batman Arkham Origins, but that's what I mean as a DC Marvel gaming fan, right? Like, James Gunn is really spearheading this whole situation. He's doing it with Superman. Right, like Zack Snyder had it going on with Superman at a time when Injustice 2 was coming out. Right, Injustice 2 came out in 2017, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice Ultimate Edition 2016, right? So the year before Injustice 2, one of the best DC games I've ever played, not only from gameplay and story, but just one of the best games overall, right? Like sound design, casting, everything, right? Like, we were getting some of the best DC movies on top of some of the best DC games, right? In 2015, we got Batman Arkham Knight, right? And then the year after that, we got Batman v Superman with Ben Affleck's Batman. Right, so the gaming, the superhero gaming, all that stuff, it's all been very well handled and connected. They just need to keep going, keep expanding more. Because somewhere along the lines, I feel like things have been lost between fans and creatives. Which is what led to a situation like Marvel's Avengers not being the most, quote-unquote, perfect, unperfect game.
Our suspicions were correct. These tachyon storms are responsible for those strange disruptions you've been experiencing, almost like a global shockwave. The pulses themselves are disorienting for now, but if these storms are any indication, they could get much worse. We'll process the rest of this data ASAP. As we identify locations, I'll send the coordinates to your war table. The more intel we get, the sooner we can get a handle on these tachyon storms.
Nice little dialogue and story beats regarding and relating to the tachyon rifts that have been opening in Marvel's Avengers by Alessandro Morales, which is very nice. All right, I'm gonna take a break here, I Will 1, because I gotta go run some errands, but I'm gonna leave my stream on right now in Wakanda because it's one of my favorite POIs. Yeah, I see you in the chat, I Will 1. This game was most definitely set to have a stacked roster with the likes of Vision, Doctor Strange, and War Machine, Wanda, right? Like, I can't even believe, right? I was naming all those characters that I could remember off the top of my head from the IGN's leaked roster in Marvel's Avengers. But yeah, I completely forgot WandaVision, right? Like, those were definitely two characters that were going to get added in. Scarlet Witch and Vision. Doctor Strange would have been like the really neat magic side. Captain Marvel was like so obvious. And here's the thing, think about it. I think that's the reason why we didn't get Captain Marvel in this game. Because yeah, sales and things didn't do so well, but at some point along the lines, they were like, all right, well, we can't exactly accomplish and execute the post-game launch, the post-launch game endgame content that we want to do just because, you know, if things aren't successful, they aren't successful. But what we can do is we can close this game off, right, with War for Wakanda, the Winter Soldier, and then we can put all our efforts and focus on to something like Marvel Rivals, right, which doesn't have Captain Marvel, right? Another game where Captain Marvel would show up, but she's not in the game just yet because they're focusing on other heroes and villains and anti-heroes, which is great. So I really think, like, you know, if not in Marvel Rivals, we get Captain Marvel, definitely in Marvel's Avengers 2. Kree invasion. I don't know. I'm very excited. So thanks for stopping by, I1. I'll catch you here again soon. I'm going to be streaming some more Marvel's Avengers and Rivals here later. Thanks for stopping by. YouTube, stealthxknight.
There has to be a trick to it.
There is not. I have tried everything.
I used to have top secret clearance in the US government. How is it harder to get into one teenage girl's text chat?
It is good to know that Shuri has higher security standards than your government. surprised at how much less foul-mouthed you have become in 5 years.
Yeah, it's hard to stay salty when a certain teenager looks up to you.
We are not thinking of the same teenager, but I agree.
So, did Shuri get my email?
You should ask her yourself.
I know the last round of questions was a lot.
I will put you in touch with some of her technicians. They may have more bandwidth to get back to you.
Yes! So, that voicemail I left right after A-Day?
Already forgotten.
Good, good. Didn't mean to call you a pointy-eared mouse catcher.
What part of forgotten was confusing to you?
I'm just making sure we're both talking about the same voicemail. think about adding whiskers?
I can upgrade my own suit stock.
Tail? How about a tail? Tail would look good.
You know, in my country, this would be considered treason.
Fine, scratch Wakanda off my vacation list.
Indeed. You are definitely not. So, you will keep using the alloy.
Well, vibranium is great, don't get me wrong, but the alloy helps keep everything modular. Makes minor upgrades easier.
Vibranium is recyclable.
Okay, is this about all the old parts in my lab? Because I am not a hoarder, no matter what Bruce says. So, heard you want to tweak the harm room.
It is decent for what it does, but yes, I would like to improve it.
Can I help?
I don't know. Can you?
I know you don't like me very much.
And I thought I was hiding it so well.
I think I figured out why.
Do tell.
It's the beard, isn't it? You're jealous.
The world inside your head must be bizarre, Stark.
Hill here. We found a facility where AIM is preparing to spin up another fake arc reactor. We all know how well that went last time. We have to put a stop to it. The arc reactor's nearby. Jarvis, are you picking up anything?
Locked on and ready, Commander Hill.
Good luck out there.
An elite AIM team is close by and on alert. Updating your HUD.
Hostiles! Do your worst, plebes! Got one!
This may shock you.
Target practice time! Enemy spotted! Party time! Poor sap. They've got nothing on us. AIM units on radar.
Every member of the elite team must be defeated. Excellent. Another agent down. The team are no longer a threat. We'll need to take control of their systems. Get me to the location on your HUD.
That stings.
Enemy spotted.
I appreciate the help, Avengers!
That did it. Theo, work your magic.
You're safe now.
Bypassing their security will take some time. Keep the area clear, but stay in range of the control point.
Doctor!
I need more time. Keep the area free of hostiles. I'm through the first firewall. I'm working as quickly as possible.
Don't look directly at the beam, kids!
I'm almost done. Hang in there. That did it. Nice work.
Night, sweetheart.
If you can gain control of AIM's network temporarily, I can infiltrate their security system.
I'd run if I were you. Well, I don't run.
Head for the terminal so I can get you inside the lab. AIM's network is equipped with a multi-point authentication system. I need access to multiple terminals. The more the better. AIM will attempt to initiate a shutdown protocol if they gain access to the terminal. You cannot let them. Beginning infiltration. I'm inside AIM's security system. Beginning infiltration.
Get around that!
That helps, thank you. Beginning infiltration.
We're losing! Tread lightly and carry a big stick!
Beginning infiltration. Beginning infiltration. That helps, thank you. I've breached AIM's security network. I've marked our next destination on your HUD. There, Up ahead.
Target practice time!
You made it. AIM has an arc reactor close by. Destroy it.
We got some not-so-friendlies! Kill! Got it! Party time!
The reactor is powered by 4 energy junctions. Destroying them should destroy the reactor.
Don't blink.
Energy junction destroyed.
Try this on for size.
You're done!
Another junction down. Excellent. Another energy junction is gone. Good work. The arc reactor is powering down.
Thank you, Avengers. We'll continue monitoring AIM's facilities. Last thing we need is a highly unstable arc reactor in their hands. Hey, Avengers. This is a weird one. Sarah Garza and her network of former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have noticed a bunch of temporal anomalies popping up around their old stomping grounds. From when Taskmaster was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Here's the weird part. Task's whole photographic reflex thing? It eats away at his memories the more people's moves he memorizes. We think the future version of Taskmaster, his brain now like Swiss cheese, is using Maestro's time travel tech to go after his old teammates because he can't remember succeeding at betraying them the first time. Back in the post-apocalypse. Does it seem dustier than last time? Let's see if we can find Taskmaster.
Who is this?
Your favorite 20-something with a bow. See you in a bit, Skullface. He may not remember me, but he still knows all our moves. That makes him dangerous.
How did you find this channel?
A couple of your old pals gave us a heads up.
Heads up, we got company! AIM units on radar. You're about to have a very bad day. Poor sap. Okay, less talky, more fighty.
It's like we thought. He's losing his memory.
Stop them!
You heard the man.
Don't worry, enough of me to go around. Enjoy your commemorative Iron Man bruises. You're welcome. Hell, got it!
Guess I shoe butt. Not your smart.
That looked familiar.
Crap, that's what I was afraid of.
The Avengers? The Avengers are dead!
And one timeline, maybe. Think of us like your past, coming back to haunt ya.
Heads up, we got company!
Maestro is still affecting our present timeline from this apocalyptic future. That's scary making, especially now that TM has access.
Men, I'm sending what I know to your devices. Stop them! Wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Not like that!
Up goes a minion!
My AI could have handled that. The Avengers? Still alive? How?
Have you met us? Can't keep Avenger down. Rapid fire, nice!
Sometimes you gotta run before you can walk. What have you done?
We know you're the one targeting your old shield buddies, Masters.
Oh, who is this Masters you keep yelling about?
Your memory might be spotty, but some part of you remembers playing Benedict Arnold. What do you remember?
I remember how to end the Avengers.
Garza, Morales, ringing any bell?
Targets.
Yeah, that would be the problem.
wrong side.
Just shaking off some cobwebs.
If you're going after innocent people, you already betrayed once. Some of them even ended up dead. Remember that?
Get them!
The man's doing my job for me, honestly.
Don't look directly at the beat!
You should have left the past in the past,
What
Taskmaster!
is wrong with you?
This must be painful to watch. For him.
Got a massive tachyon storm coming. This one's looking lethal. Get to cover, quickly!
Does Maestro know about this walk down memory lane?
He knows what I want him to!
Taskmaster is giving orders from the empty throne. Get inside.
all I remember.
Then you should remember that we're the good guys here. Come on, Taskmaster, let's just put this all behind us. Okay, but don't complain when we kick your ass.
That felt good.
You can't stop me from completing my mission.
You don't even remember your mission, do you? Give it up, Masters, it's over. Garza says the old SHIELD crew are all present and accounted for, but some of them did get a tacky-on headbutt. The anthill medics are taking a look at them now. High fives for everybody!
The Resistance has discovered a Terrigen research lab where AIM has been conducting experiments on Inhumans. We'd like to get hold of any materials they've been using in their research, but first we must gain access to AIM's laboratory pods. Defend the lab's main access point while I hack into their system. Warning, this area will be well defended. We'll need to take control of their systems. Get me to the location on your HUD.
Do your worst, plebes! Who's up? Not you.
Stand down. You're done.
Bypassing their security will take some time. Keep the area clear, but stay in range of the control point. I need more time. Keep the area free of hostiles. I'm through the first firewall. I'm working as quickly as possible. I'm almost done. Hang in there.
Yeah, bet that looked pretty cool.
That did it. Nice work. Well done. The Resistance now has access to the research pods in this laboratory. With any luck, we can ascertain new information on their Inhuman research project, and hopefully use it to protect more of our people.
be a trick to it.
There is not. I have tried everything.
I used to have top secret clearance in the US government. How is it harder to get into one teenage girl's text chat?
It is good to know that Shuri has higher security standards than your government.